The way I got involved with starting the chapter in Washington is that I saw the advertisement from PSR in the New England Journal of Medicine, filled it out, sent it in, and almost simultaneously, 3 Mile Island happened. Someone from Boston asked me to start a chapter. I called people who I knew, people who knew I knew. They began meeting at my house. We continued to study low level radiation until Helen Caldicott came out here in 1980. We did, I think, 5 grand rounds and about 30 media events. Our chapter took off like a mushroom, and we began studying nuclear war, medical consequences of nuclear war, and did our first huge public event in 1981.
The April 18th, 1981 symposium on the medical consequences of nuclear weapons and nuclear war, which featured a who's who of world famous medical and other experts from around the world, really put WPSR and the issue on the map. We had CME credits and easily sold out 1,200 seat Meany Hall. Over 100 members of the press attended, and while John Kenneth Galbraith may have been the initial draw for many of them, once there, they were stunned by what they heard. And the next day, there was national news coverage and horrified, almost apocalyptic headlines in every newspaper in the West. Our membership skyrocketed, and the symposium set the stage for Target Seattle's even broader dialogue the following year.
Well, Target Seattle was an idea that I think both Judy Lipton and I hatched. Judy said, let's have a gathering in Seattle to bring everybody together to discuss how to prevent nuclear war. I contacted people like my father, who was a community leader, and other people in the community, Kay Bullitt, Don Bell at the university, and we gathered a steering committee. It was a week-long symposium in 1982, bringing together citizens from Seattle as well as experts from around the country, discussing how to prevent nuclear war, and ended with a citizen celebration at the Kingdom with 20,000 people.
In those early years, I think it was 1983, Pete McGuff and Bill Donnelly and I put together a class on the nuclear arms race for experimental college. And it was a lot of fun. We had dozens of people in these classes learning about the effects of nuclear weapons and the arms race. And I think it was one of many activities that WPSR was involved in the early and mid-1980s to really increase public knowledge of and awareness about the Cold War and the effects of the nuclear arms race, and especially that really the only response to the arms race was prevention. That once nuclear weapons were used, there was really that was it.
One was very powerful. It was very distressing for people to hear about what a nuclear weapon could do. At the time, President Reagan was talking about survivable nuclear war, and was discussing the possibility of first strike. And so in this, it would show, the different waves of devastation. It would start with essentially people near the epicenter getting vaporized. And then, further out, people would be enormously damaged by blast and radiation. Presentations were given all over the King County area and beyond, in living rooms or in schools.
I think the current work that we're doing right now with Congress is probably the most effective work that we have done in relation to changing policy. The whole notion of assured, mutual assured destruction is what underlies deterrence, and it's our human future teetering on a knife edge of possibility. It's crazy, it's insane, and we need to stand up for it. I got involved as a child psychiatrist because I loved working with people, and I work intensively, maybe with 500 people in the course of a 30-year career. A single small weapon takes out hundreds of thousands of people. It just completely undoes everything that I've stood for. It undoes all of the values that I stand for. So not standing up for this is betraying my own fundamental beliefs.
I think preventing nuclear war needs to become a meme in the same way that it was before the word meme was invented. And I hope that I can do what I can and that everyone in this room can do what they can to bring a desperate passion, as Helen Caldicott called it, to the job of saving life on Earth.
Each and every one of us has both the power and the responsibility to ensure that our children and grandchildren will inherit a safe and livable planet where they can thrive and lead full, healthy, and productive lives.
Welcome. Just a few quick housekeeping announcements. If you need to find a bathroom, go talk to somebody up front. It's a bit of a maze here, and they'll help you find where to go. There are refreshments downstairs in the fellowship hall. Again, ask somebody up front if you need directions. We got an interesting feedback thing going on. Maybe we can work that out. And what you just heard was a video from the Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility. So welcome to the opening day of our first in a generation conference, Rebuilding the Anti-Nuclear Weapons Movement Together. My name is Sean Aaron. I am the Nuclear Weapons Abolition Program Manager for the Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, and I'll be your MC for the first half of today. To begin, please join me in welcoming the Venerable Archbishop of Seattle, Paul Aitchen, for an opening invocation.
Good morning. It's nice to see so many of you gathered for this very important conference in the next day or two. And while I'm not able to remain after the opening prayer, I will certainly be keeping all of you and especially our common efforts in this effort to disarm our world in my own prayer. So let us begin by calling upon our God. God of all creation and of the one human family, grant us your choicest blessing this day as we gather to work for the common good of all you have created. Bless our conversations and initiatives that we may assist your people in walking in the paths of peace. Bless the work of our hands, that instruments of war may be set aside, that works of justice may instead be taken up. Send forth laborers within the highest levels of all governments who have hearts for peace, equipped with the skills of statesmanship and dialogue to help nations grow in trust, set aside differences, and work together for the common good of all. Grant your people the wisdom to learn from our history that war is always a dead end with no winners. Grant that we may be good stewards of your many gifts, especially the gift of life. And I'll close with a prayer from Pope Francis, with which he closed his encyclical Fratelli Tutti. Lord, Father of our human family, you created all human beings equal in dignity. Pour forth into our hearts a fraternal spirit and inspire in us a dream of renewed encounter, dialogue, justice, and peace. Move us to create healthier societies and a more dignified world, a world without hunger, poverty, violence, and war. May our hearts be open to all the peoples and nations of the earth. May we recognize the goodness and beauty that you have sown in each of us, and thus forge bonds of unity, common projects, and shared dreams. Amen. God bless your work in the coming days.
Thank you, Archbishop Aitchen, for lending us your grace. We will now invite some of the many faith leaders present today to the stage to read our ecumenical faith leaders anti-nuclear weapons statement. Come on up. Yeah, Pastor Amy, would you like to come up? Seems like we're missing a few and we're gonna have to just move forward. Yeah. Yeah, so come on up, folks.
I do know about Brenda. She was delayed to departure last night because of weather. So, she's supposed to speak with me at 1 o'clock, so I hope she's here. This is the Interfaith Leaders Statement for Nuclear Weapons Disarmament and Building a Just and Sustainable Peace. As part of the Rebuilding the Anti-Nuclear Weapons Movement Together conference to be held in Seattle, Washington on April 11th and 12th, we members of the interfaith community issued this statement. We support Pope Francis' 2019 declaration in Hiroshima that the use of atomic energy for the purposes of war is immoral, just as the possessing of nuclear weapons is immoral. We therefore call upon the current administration to bring about disarmament of nuclear weapons in the United States within the coming 4 years via multilateral diplomacy and all other means as necessary. We issue this statement based on the current state of nuclear buildup in the U.S. and around the world today. According to global estimates, there are currently more than 12,400 warheads worldwide, with Russia and the United States controlling nearly 90% of this number. The others are held by China, about 600, France, 290, United Kingdom, 225, India, 172, Pakistan, 170, Israel, 90, North Korea, 50. As troubling as these figures are, statistical transparency in these times of chaos and war has not been prioritized either by the United States or other world powers.
In 2023, the 9 nuclear armed states spent a total of $91.4 billion on their nuclear arsenals, $10.8 billion, 13% more than the prior year. The U.S. alone spent $51.5 billion, more than all of the other nuclear armed states combined. The U.S. is poised to spend roughly $1.7 trillion to enhance its nuclear arsenal in the next 2 decades. Spending these amounts on weapons of mass destruction at a time of such need across our country and the world is contrary to our moral values. Therefore, we call upon the administration and Congress to ensure that the following occur immediately. The U.S. restrain the $1.7 trillion plan to modernize, quote, modernize its nuclear arsenal. There is nothing modern about nuclear weapons. The administration and Congress agreed to extend the New START treaty between the U.S. and Russia, which is scheduled to expire on February 4th, 2026, for another 5 years, including its verification and transparency measures, pending complete abolition of nuclear weapons.
The administration and Congress ratify the 2017 United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW. This treaty, which has been signed by 94 countries and ratified by 73, continues the spirit of the very first resolution of the United Nations.
It's
Yeah, that's not mine. It's yours.
I think it is yours.
It is mine. There it is.
You missed a word, the big man's calling.
Okay. I was hoping that was Brenda. Continues the spirit of the very first resolution of the United Nations in 1946, which recognizes the need to eliminate atomic weapons and all other major weapons adaptable to mass destruction. We call on the administration and Congress to promptly take the actions above so that the U.S. can lead the world in creating a just and sustainable peace and ensure the safety and security not only of its own people, but of all people throughout the world. We intend to have this statement presented at the Rebuilding the United Nations Weapons Movement Together conference today, and to continue collecting signatures of leaders from the ecumenical interfaith community until the above stated goals are achieved. And there's this scriptural quote: "They will beat their swords and plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war anymore," from Isaiah. This has been adopted by
Reverend Lay from Seattle First Baptist, Archbishop Paul Etienne, from whom we just saw, Archbishop John Wester from the Archdiocese of Santa Fe, New Mexico, Senji Kaneda from the Nippon-san Miyohoji Buddhist Order, Reverend Jeff Browning from Westminster Presbyterian in Olympia, Reverend Megan Pritchard, and if any of you are here, feel free to raise your hand or stand up so we can acknowledge you. Reverend Megan Pritchard from Prospect United Church of Christ, Susan Crane from the Catholic Worker, Fumiaki Tosu, back there, thank you, Fumi, from Dandelion House Catholic Worker, Deacon Denny Duffel from Pax Christi, Reverend Brenda Smith, whom we're waiting for, Reverend Amy Epp, who I know is around, there she is back there, Reverend Amy Epp, pastor of Evergreen Mennonite, Reverend Gordon Hutchins, pastor from Evergreen Grace, Reverend Annie Grogan, Queen Anne Christian Church, Disciples of Christ, Seattle, Sister Sheila Lemieux from CSJP, Pax Christi Spokane chapter, Max Boswell, pastor of Camas Friends Church, Reverend Darrell Winston from Greater Works Ministries in Atlanta, Georgia, Peter Ward, Oakhurst Presbyterian, Reverend Santiago Flores, Reformed Presbyterian Church, San Salvador. So we're just starting this. I did, yeah, Senji. Yeah, I mentioned Senji. So this is just a very preliminary list. We're having a workshop on this statement and on interfaith efforts to reach out. So if you would like to do work in your faith community, please let one of us know. We'd like to circulate this through Hiroshima weekend through the first week of August, and then we're hoping for thousands. Thank you.
Now, please give a round of applause for our faith leaders going to defeat atomic fire with holy fire. And give yourselves a round of applause for coming out here on a Friday morning. We have a few special messages to play before we formally introduce our conference. Unfortunately, Congresswoman Jayapal had to withdraw her attendance late last week due to, I assume, the fact that the country is in utter chaos. Thankfully, she was able to record some thoughts for us. Let's play the video.
I'm Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, and I'm honored to represent Washington's 7th Congressional District in the House of Representatives. As you all know, the existence of nuclear weapons is one of the greatest threats to humanity that there is, and it's one of the most dangerous legacies of the Cold War. As we approach the 80th anniversary of the nuclear age, it is catastrophic risk posed by nuclear weapons, and it's only growing. I know that in Washington State, which is home to more deployed nuclear weapons than anywhere else in the world, we are well aware of those risks. The rapid and massive stockpiling of these deadly and devastating weapons creates a constant threat of massive catastrophes or even humanity-ending events if these weapons are used or if they fall into the wrong hands. And as we see conflicts across the world escalate and an increasing number of nations show interest in developing and maintaining a nuclear arsenal, we have to be conscious of how dangerous these developments are. In Russia, we have seen Vladimir Putin refuse to discuss a new nuclear arms control framework. In China, we've also witnessed leaders reject talks on nuclear risk reduction and arms control issues. Every day that goes by without these discussions taking place, we grow closer to our collective biggest fear, an erratic decision made by the leader of a nuclear weapons state, kicking off what could be a worldwide catastrophe event. We have to work at all costs to avoid this scenario. That's why President Trump's decision to remove the United States from the JCPOA was so detrimental. These international agreements are a vital part of non-proliferation. But when we isolate and pull back, other nations feel empowered to forge ahead with nuclear weapons manufacturing, and that makes us all less safe. We need more oversight, more cooperation and discussion, not less. As the only country in the world to have ever used a nuclear weapon, the United States has a unique moral responsibility to lead by example and ensure that these weapons will never be used again. But unfortunately, we've recently seen many political figures and members of Congress suggesting that our country should spend more on nuclear weapons and work to increase the size of our already massive arsenal for the first time in decades. This buildup is unaffordable, it's unnecessary, and it's unwise. It would cost taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars, money that could and should be used to make American people's lives better, and to push other nations to do the same, accelerating the already alarming arms race. That is why in Congress, I have pushed for and supported legislation that would reduce the risk of nuclear weapons being used. Last year, I co-sponsored the Nuclear Weapons Abolition and Conversion Act, a bill that would encourage the United States to sign and ratify a treaty that prohibits nuclear weapons and redirects the funds for these programs towards our nation's most pressing issues. And ahead of the nuclear posture review in early 2022, I urged the Biden administration to limit the role of nuclear weapons to make the world a safer place. Billions of dollars being put toward developing new bombs should instead be invested in America's working families. I have also pushed the administration to adopt a no first use policy, which would prohibit the United States from starting a nuclear war. This policy at a time of heightened tensions would be a huge step toward reducing and eventually eliminating the danger of nuclear war. We have a lot of work to do on this front, but the way forward is clear, continuing to promote diplomacy and disarmament as we pursue peace. I'm also working to enact transformative changes to the very way we look at our foreign policy. That includes fighting to cut the bloated Pentagon budget that is larger than those of the next 9 countries combined, even as Trump and Pete Hegseth promise an outrageous $1 trillion defense budget. I've offered amendments to make our defense budget process more transparent and accountable, ensuring that we aren't wasting money on the Pentagon's enormous unnecessary wish list. We are in the middle of an increasingly challenging and violent world. There is no more important time to be doing this work to advocate for diplomacy, stability, and peace. As a passionate advocate against violence, the use of nuclear weapons and endless wars, I promise you, I will be here in Congress standing up for peace alongside you every step of the way.
It is an enormous boon to our movement to have a representative who supports, not just a few of our federal priorities, but all of them. And that's who Pramila Jayapal is. We have another special message to play. Hideko Tamura is the author of the book One Sunny Day, the founder of One Sunny Day Initiatives, and a survivor of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. A resident of Southern Oregon, she has worked for years to spread the message of peace by planting saplings from the trees that survived the A-bomb around her state. Let's play the video.
My name is Hideko Tamura Snyder. I survived Hiroshima bombing, the very first nuclear weapon that was used on human city towards the end of the World War II. So those of us who didn't melt away, who didn't die bleeding from every orifice or swollen thyroid gland, and somehow I too survived bordering life and death, experiencing what now is called radiation sickness. Today, I'm past 91 years old, and yet the memory of that day is as vivid as if it happened yesterday. I am concerned that unless something miraculous happened, we continue to see growing demands for possession of nuclear weapons as something of a leverage for self-defense. And yet, so long as one nuclear bomb remains on the face of the planet, as Carl Sagan long ago warned us, the planet will begin to shut down if one bomb is used. We must do everything in our power so that our offsprings may be able to see the sunlight and enjoy living their full life. We must move forward. I must say, at my age, past 91 years old, I can talk to you and share you my ideas, but I can't go all over and keep on starting new projects. I'm very concerned that there are plenty of nuclear bombs that the survivors of Hiroshima wish be gone. But it seems to take a long, long time still. You know, as Escotero said, each one that was killed by the nuclear bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki had a name. I think it was a beautiful thing that she pointed out. Every single person, my mother, Kimiko Tamura, who never came home, and I missed her all my life, 91 plus years long, at the deepest part of my heart, with me. Everyone that disappeared had a name and had a family. And if you do not stop making this bomb and using as a defense method, I'm afraid not only my little self, but the rest of the world is going to begin to disappear. Folks, we will not be able to leave our offsprings. Our planet will be gone. As Jay Lifton described, a young Yale psychiatrist at the time who studied 50 Japanese survivors of Hiroshima. He came to Hiroshima immediately and found many things among the 50 of those survivors in common. The first thing he said, he observed, was what he called psychic numbing. The experience was too horrific. Human beings couldn't take it. Our feelings shut down and we numbed ourselves. I do remember most survivors, hibakusha, who went looking for our kins and who fled the fire. Strangely felt numb so that we could keep on walking. We didn't have to fall and sit down and cry ourselves to death. We shut our emotions off, our feelings were off. He called psychic numbing. But the most amazing thing that he described to us, common to all the hibakusha, was like the book title said, death in life. We walked around as dead people. Of course, that's very understandable. If you shut down the feelings and numb ourselves, where is us? Nowhere. Death prevailed. Our senses shut down. Our emotions shut down. Our love, our fear, all numbed. What is the worth of living in that shape, walking around? Death in life. What happened to us? Even those people who came looking for their family, kin, kids, spouses, and so forth, caught the remnants of radiation harm. And you know what they did? They vomited, they had diarrhea, started to bleed, ears, mouth, nose. They also lost hair. I shook the lady who had a little label on the cover at on the ground at a large police headquarters ground, temporary quote unquote refugee station. And the label said she was a nursing school teacher in Oshiba. And that was very close to my house. So I shook her and I said, teacher, you know, shikari. In Japanese, you know, I'm here. Be aware. You know, we support you. And she hardly opened her eyes. She moved and she said, kurushi, kurushi. And I don't know what's the best translation of that Japanese expression is, but in Japanese, it means it's so hard. It's so hard. And I guess she meant I can't breathe. And then she went into convulsion and then she expired. You know, I was a mere child. I never, ever saw anybody suffer in front of me and die in front of me like that. I had no power to stop or understand what was happening. And of course, the fact the bomb that was used in Hiroshima was a chemical bomb, the first nuclear bomb used against human beings. So, you know, we were helpless. I'm telling you this as a hibakusha because this is what is going to happen. Perhaps you'll be luckier and you will evaporate instead of being, you know, left alone to die without any help. The essence of my concern and the point whatsoever of mentioning it is this is the end consequence of power struggles. I can tell you anything, everything I ever all known and so, but please, the purpose is not anything but to let you know you must not keep this bomb. You must not use this bomb. We don't want anybody whatsoever to experience what we went through at all. Please consider this as something very evil against human race, not enemy in here, in there, because they don't think and believe like we do. We passed that point. There is a weapon lethal enough to wipe out the whole planet. Let us put ourselves together and work together for nuclear disarmament, please.
I'd now like to welcome up everyone who has helped plan this conference. So if you have participated in one of our many planning meetings, please come to the stage. How many of you, was that your first time hearing a hibakusha speak? Remember what she said about psychic numbing? If that doesn't explain our current moment, then I don't know what else does. The planning committee will now read a statement that we have prepared.
Good morning. We believe a second nuclear arms race has begun. The United States is expected to spend nearly $2 trillion on our nuclear weapons over the next few decades and is rapidly expanding production. Our arms control treaties have been abandoned. We are growing closer to nuclear war by the day. But we have been here before. While many people believe it is important to have nuclear weapons for the purpose of deterrence, it is obvious that deterrence is a myth and has not stopped any wars.
And we're hoping that you can understand why we chose the title that we did. The success of the 1980s movements and its million-person march in New York, I was there, and the millions around the world to reduce nuclear weapons from 80,000 warheads to 14,000 we are burdened with today. The success of that shows that it is more critical than ever to renew civil society's role. That means us, our role, in stopping nuclear war. We have gone from the largest demonstrations in US history to a small field of experts and activists today on this topic. We've had some big demonstrations this last weekend, but not on this topic. The movement fragmented. People accepted the notion of deterrence, and nuclear arsenals have expanded again.
We acknowledge that 20 miles from where we stand, there are over 1,000 nuclear weapons at the Bangor Trident Nuclear Submarine Base, the highest concentration of deployed nuclear weapons in the world.
We acknowledge that the production of nuclear weapons is a cancer in itself, poisoning communities and land through mining, enrichment, testing, and production of radioactive materials like plutonium, disproportionately affecting indigenous and poor communities.
We acknowledge that the Platinum Atomic Scientists Annual Doomsday Clock has been set to an unprecedented 89 seconds to midnight, signaling our collective peril.
We have met for 7 months and countless hours to put this conference together with the hope that this knowledge, that with this knowledge, we will confront this existential threat to humanity together.
Here in King County, we acknowledge the words of Dr. Martin Luther King that war is the enemy of the poor, and that we must transform the dynamics of the world power struggle from the negative nuclear arms race, which no one can win, to a positive contest to harness humankind's creative genius for the purpose of making peace and prosperity a reality for all of the nations of the world.
Welcome. Again, with the housekeeping announcements, bathrooms are down the hall. Find somebody up front if you need directions. Refreshments are downstairs in the fellowship hall. If you need coffee, water, tea, that's all available for you. So we've told you why we're here today, but to really understand the movement that swept the world against nuclear weapons and the role of ordinary people in opposing weapons of mass destruction, I'd like to introduce a special guest. Dr. John Carl Baker is Director of Programs at the Plowshares Fund, the largest foundation singularly focused on reducing nuclear threats. John Carl develops grant-making strategy, oversees all grants, and serves as the foundation's in-house policy expert. A recovering academic, he holds a PhD in cultural studies from the George Mason University, where his dissertation research examined the nuclear freeze movement in the 1980s. John Carl's writing on the nuclear weapons and foreign policy has been published by a wide variety of outlets, including The Nation, United States Institute of Peace, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, and NK News. He is based in DC. I should mention that the Plowshares Fund has been a generous financial sponsor of WPSR and the WA&W Coalition, and that this event likely would not have happened without them. Please welcome Dr. John Carl Baker.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. I am a bona fide preacher's kid, so it is a rather familiar experience to be here in this beautiful sanctuary. You know, the conventional wisdom in DC is that nuclear disarmament only happens under what's called the right global security conditions. You may have heard this term. It's been used quite a bit in Washington's discussions and other nuclear armed states discussions of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. But we're hearing it even more when it comes to efforts to try to prevent nuclear war today and reduce the size of nuclear arsenals. But basically what we hear is that disarmament today is doomed because the conditions just aren't right. And there's some truth to that. There certainly are rising tensions between nuclear armed states. We know that there's great power competition between those states, and it's to some extent understandable that states would fear for their security in these conditions. The situation does look pretty bleak. We know that China is expanding its arsenal to a great degree. the United States is replacing its arsenal to the tune of $1.7 trillion, and it's also adding some new and very destabilizing nuclear weapons. And in 2022, Russia engaged in a full-scale invasion of a non-nuclear armed state, and we now know that in the fall of that year, it actually considered nuclear use against Ukraine. So the best that can be hoped for in this narrative about the global security conditions is that the growth of arsenals will eventually force other states to come to the table. This is kind of the idea that you build weapons in order to trade them away. And for those of you who experienced the Cold War or know about it, this probably sounds pretty familiar because there were arguments made at the time about how we need to build up in order to build down later. But I think it's worth noting that the actors in this story are not actually people. The actors in this story are the weapons. And in this telling, not only do they actually deter aggression, which we hear so much, but they also somehow provoke a positive response from other adversarial powers. And in this story, nuclear weapons become both the cause and the solution to adverse security conditions. It's a kind of technological determinism, you might say, in which nuclear weapons are the subject of history and not people. And from the human perspective, it's a narrative of passivity, because basically what it says is there's no point in pressing for change under such adverse conditions. Well, as common as this narrative is, and I hear it a lot in DC, it's false. The global security conditions can certainly seem entrenched, even dominating, but they can and they have been changed by collective human agency. And in fact, some of the most effective disarmament activism actually happened in moments of extremely adverse global security conditions. I sometimes find it amusing to think about a policy wonk in DC time traveling back to the early 1980s and making this argument to the nuclear freeze movement. Don't you know your work is doomed, right? The conditions are terrible. No states are going to disarm in these conditions. And of course, there were people at the time who really did make that argument. And to some extent, we have to admit, right, they did have a point. I mean, the conditions at the time looked terrible. The US and the Soviets were at loggerheads, arsenals were going up, the two states weren't talking to one another. And we had Reagan officials actually talking about fighting and winning a nuclear war. But ordinary people did not just resign themselves to their fate. They took action. And in taking action, what did they do? Well, they changed the global security conditions. So let's recount some of the milestones of that movement. In 1982, hundreds of local governments, cities, towns, townships, passed resolutions endorsing a bilateral, which is to say US and Russian, freeze on the testing, deployment, and production of nuclear weapons. As we just heard earlier, upwards of 1 million people rallied in Central Park for an end to the arms race. And also that same year, 9 states passed statewide resolutions also in favor of the freeze. Something like 18 million Americans voted on the matter that year. And of those 18 million, 60% voted in favor, which more or less tracks with some of the public opinion polling from the time, which sometimes actually even found more support nationally. A representative and now senator named Edward Markey said that it was the closest our country has come to a national plebiscite on nuclear arms control. And I think that in itself is a huge accomplishment because it put the issue at the center of political debate. And one of the things that it also did in putting that on the debate is it put the Reagan administration on the defensive. And over the course of 1983, 1984, particularly 1984, because it was an election year, the administration had to rebrand. It had to talk about the issue differently. It knew it was a political threat. And one of the ways that it tried to rebrand, right, is to talk about itself as what Margaret Thatcher called the, quote, real peace movement. But we do know, right, that there was a stark contrast between the first and the second Reagan administrations. In the first administration, you have all the hawkishness we just discussed. And then in the second Reagan administration, you have hugely momentous negotiations between the US and the Soviets, and the negotiation of treaties that ultimately led to reduced arsenals. Warhead numbers peaked in the mid-1980s, and then they immediately started plunging. When they peaked in kind of 1986, something like that, there were 70,000 warheads on Earth. Today, there's 12,000. That's a reduction of more than 80%. I think we can all agree that 12,000 nuclear warheads on Earth is still far too many, but that is a momentous accomplishment. And it was an accomplishment of civil society. We should note here, though, that the freeze wasn't the only actor, right? It was just one campaign in a much larger disarmament movement of groups that were working to end the arms race. And some of those groups, right, were far more radical than the nuclear freeze, which was itself quite moderate, right? There were organizations that engaged in civil disobedience, organizations that engaged in direct action. And this movement wasn't just in the United States, it was international. There was the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament in the UK. There was the European nuclear disarmament movement in the continent. There were dissident Soviet scientists who spoke out against the Russian program, the Soviet program, I should say. And then later, there were movements like the Nevada Semipalatinsk movement in Kazakhstan, which pressed for an end to nuclear tests and opposed the harms of nuclear weapons. And we could certainly add others. And I should say, I've really only talked about movements from the 1980s on. There was a whole series, right, of disarmament actors earlier in the Cold War who favored and pressed for things like the Limited Test Ban Treaty. So civil society was powerful, it was global, and it actively refused the division of the world into these two nuclear-armed camps. Now, it's true that civil society wasn't the only factor. It certainly mattered that you had some amenable leaders. It mattered that Reagan changed directions. It mattered that Gorbachev was far more willing than previous Soviet leaders to engage in negotiations. It probably also mattered that Gorbachev wasn't on the brink of death like the 4 or 5 leaders before him. But this shift didn't happen out of the goodness of Reagan's heart. The movement created political pressure for him to change. And then once he did change, it created the political cover that allowed him to undertake some quite radical measures that we should recall were opposed by members of his own party. And if you've ever read some of the statements that Republicans made about the INF Treaty when it was being negotiated, you know what I'm talking about. So when people deny that civil society is a major factor in advancing disarmament, that's just ahistorical. It's almost akin to a kind of tautology, where we make the argument that, you know, the security conditions changed because the security conditions changed. Or you end up back at the technological determinism I mentioned, this idea that the thing that ended the arms race was Reagan's arms buildup. This idea that nuclear weapons disarmed themselves. And at a time when arguments like that are returning, and a time where it's true, global security conditions really are regressing to a great degree, it's important to remember that people, ordinary people, do have the capacity to change things. They can alter these global security conditions. They did historically, and they will again. Thanks.
Thank you, John Carl. Let's get another round of applause for John Carl and the Plowshares Fund. We have several representatives from Plowshares here today. Feel free to wave if that's one of you. Well, okay. But if you see them, please thank them for the work that they do. Now I'd like to introduce your first keynote speaker. Dr. Ira Helfand, MD, is a member of the International Steering Group of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, ICAN, the recipient of the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize, and past president of the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, the founding partner of ICAN, and itself the recipient of the 1985 Nobel Peace Prize. He is also co-founder and past president of Physicians for Social Responsibility, IPPNW's U.S. affiliate, and a member of the steering committee of the Back from the Brink campaign. In 2023, he received the Gandhi King Akita Award from the Martin Luther King Jr. International Chapel at Morehouse College. He is published in the New England Journal of Medicine, the Lancet, the British Medical Journal, and the World Medical Journal on the medical consequences of nuclear war. And he has lectured about nuclear war in Russia, China, Japan, Korea, India, Pakistan, Israel, Turkey, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and across Europe and North America. He spoke at the 2013 and 2014 conferences on the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons and chaired the session on humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons at the UN open-ended working group in 2016 that led to the negotiation of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons the following year. Dr. Ira Helfand was educated at Harvard College and the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, and recently retired as staff physician at Family Care Medical Center. In short, he embodies the mission of health professionals towards social responsibility. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ira Helfand to the stage.
Thank you, Sean, and I also want to thank the whole group of people who've organized this event for inviting me here to be part of it with you all today. Oh dear, can you hear me now? Okay, yeah, if that happens again, I have a terribly soft voice. Somebody wave if my voice drops down and you can't hear me. I just wanted to thank Sean for the introduction, and Sean and the entire organizing committee for putting on this event and for inviting me to be part of it. And I also want to thank John Carl for sort of teeing up what I want to say by talking about the important role that civil society can play in eliminating nuclear weapons and preventing nuclear war. As he pointed out, we had an enormously significant movement 40 years ago that played a critical role in ending the Cold War arms race. I think you could say it played a critical role in saving the world at that point. We were on the brink of nuclear war. We almost went to nuclear war twice in 1983. And it was just 2 years later that Reagan and Gorbachev effectively ended the Cold War arms race with their statement that nuclear war could never be won and must never be fought. We lost that movement. We were victims of our own success. When the Cold War ended, we all began to act as though the whole problem had gone away. And indeed, it had gotten much better. The situation in the 1990s was a lot safer than the 1980s. But the problem didn't go away. The weapons remained. There were tens of thousands then. There are still, as John Carl pointed out, 12,000 in the world today. And they've just been sitting there, waiting for conditions to worsen again, waiting for the rivalry between the great powers to intensify. And that's exactly what's happened. We need to rebuild the movement to eliminate nuclear weapons. And I think in order to do that, we need to reach out to the general public with a message that has three components. First, people need to understand, again, as we did in the 1980s, that nuclear war can happen. It's not some kind of a fiction that you see movies about. This is a real and present danger, not something that vanished at the end of the Cold War. Secondly, people need to understand how catastrophic nuclear war will be. Because even as we have generally forgotten that the nuclear danger exists, we have certainly forgotten what nuclear war would look like. And third, and most important, we need to understand the message that John Carl just gave us. This doesn't have to happen. It is up to us whether we have a nuclear war or not. My job today, in some ways, is to sort of set the stage for this conference by I think, developing those themes. So let me start by talking about why it is that we need to be concerned today. And understanding that the vast majority of the population here in the United States isn't particularly concerned about this. In the 1980s, if you ask people what are the greatest problems facing the world today, preventing nuclear war was number one or number two on everybody's list. If you pose that question today, nobody mentions nuclear war. It's just not on the table. And that is an extremely weird situation, given how great the danger is. The experts, people like former Defense Secretary William Perry, tell us that the danger of nuclear war today is greater than it's ever been, worse than at the worst moment of the Cold War. And he offered that assessment for the first time that I'm aware of in 2018. He was speaking particularly in the context of US-Russian relations. And it's important to note that he gave us that warning before the second Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which has clearly amped up the danger of nuclear war enormously, with Russia's repeated explicit threats to use nuclear weapons and the fact they actually considered using them at least on one occasion during the Ukraine war so far. But it's not just the situation between the United States and Russia that is increasing the danger of nuclear war. There are multiple other factors, so let me review those a little bit. Second on this list, I would say, is the relationship between the United States and China, which is now worse than it's been at any time since the 1970s. We are currently engaged in a very unstable and frightening trade war with China. There's potential military flashpoint between the United States and China over Taiwan and over shipping in the South China Sea. There is a war party in both Beijing and Washington, a group of people in the security establishment of both countries who have come to the conclusion that war between the United States and China is inevitable and that their countries should be preparing to fight and win that war rather than avoiding it. It is a very dangerous situation. There's a situation in Korea. We were all acutely aware of the Korean danger in 2017 when Kim and Trump, traded threats about who had the bigger button and who was going to cause the most fire and fury. That seemed to get better with the diplomacy in 2018, but the situation has gotten worse again. The Koreans, due to the ineptitude of Trump's diplomacy, came to the conclusion that they needed to have a nuclear arsenal, that it was not possible for them to denuclearize. It was reported in the press just yesterday that they have reiterated this position, that they will remain a nuclear power forever. They've tested missiles, they have tested nuclear warheads. And in response to that, people in South Korea, especially in view of the US betrayal of Ukraine, are now talking about the need for South Korea to develop nuclear weapons. This is also an extremely unstable and dangerous situation. Then there's a situation in the Middle East. Iran does not yet have nuclear weapons, but it may be developing them. It certainly has the ability to develop them relatively quickly if it chooses to. Israel already has nuclear weapons, and the situation there is profoundly unstable. The United States has deployed 6 B-2 bombers to Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean in preparation for a possible attack on the Iranian nuclear facilities. Then there's a situation in South Asia, which frankly I think is the most dangerous of all, and it's the one that gets the least attention here in the United States. India and Pakistan have gone to war 4 times since the 1940s. They almost went to war again in 2019. There is fighting almost every day on the border between India and Pakistan. It's low-level, performative fighting. Each side launches a couple of mortar shells over the border just to show they're still there. But this shadow war almost erupted into a full-scale war in 2019, and it could happen again. And if there is another war between India and Pakistan, this will almost certainly be a nuclear war. India has a much more powerful conventional army, and in response to that, Pakistan has evolved a very explicit policy that if Indian conventional forces cross the border into Pakistan, they will be met on the battlefield with tactical nuclear weapons. And in response to that, India has developed an equally explicit policy that if Pakistan uses nuclear weapons on the battlefield, India will retaliate by using them against Pakistani cities. A war between these countries would be a complete disaster for South Asia, and as I'll talk about in a few minutes, for the rest of the world as well. In addition to these 5 geopolitical flashpoints, there are several other factors that I think we need to consider that are increasing the danger of nuclear war. One of these is the climate crisis. And it's very important that people understand this connection. All 9 countries that have nuclear weapons claim that it is their intention to eliminate their arsenals at some point in the future when the world is safer. But the world isn't getting safer. It's getting more dangerous, and it is the climate crisis which is primarily driving this. And as the climate crisis unfolds over the coming decades, and it will, even if we do all the things we're supposed to do to try to mitigate it, increasingly large areas of the planet will be unable to support the human population. And this is going to trigger intense conflict within countries as people fight over scarce resources of food and water. It's going to trigger intense conflict between nations, fighting over scarce resources of food and water. It's going to trigger migration on a scale we have never seen in human history. You know, we have witnessed in the last few years how the political order has been upended in Europe and North America by the influx of 5 or 10, maybe 15 million refugees. The climate crisis will produce 50 or 100 or 150 million refugees. And the instability that accompanies that mass migration will further destabilize the world. If nuclear weapons are on the table as these forces play out, the danger they will be used will increase dramatically. We also need to consider, as a further factor, increasing the danger of nuclear war. Recent advances in cyber technology, and particularly developments in artificial intelligence. You know, we used to consider that the worst thing that could happen with regards to nuclear weapons and terrorism would be that a country, a terrorist group rather, would get hold of a nuclear warhead, maybe 2 of them, probably relatively small, and use them to attack a city, New York, or London, or Mumbai, or Moscow, or Tel Aviv. That's still a danger. But we now understand that the far greater danger is that a terrorist group, or possibly a state actor, or even a criminal organization, could hack into the command and control systems of one of the countries that has nuclear weapons, and either directly launch that country's nuclear weapons, or trigger a false alert, convince the country that's being attacked that a nuclear attack has been launched against it, and trick it into launching its own nuclear weapons in retaliation. This is a nightmare scenario. We know that there are hundreds of breaches of US military computer systems every day. And we know that when you're talking about terrorism, cyber terrorism, the offense always has the upper hand because the defense doesn't know what form the attack will come in. And then the final factor that I think we need to consider, and I will give a slight disclaimer, this is not a partisan statement, but the final factor that we need to consider is the fact that Donald Trump is president of the United States. He has displayed in the last 2 weeks an astonishing personal instability, a total lack of understanding of the things that he is doing and the effects they are having on the world. And the fact that this person is in charge of an arsenal of 5,000 nuclear warheads should frighten all of us. So for all of these reasons, we need to understand that indeed nuclear war is not some 1980s thing that we don't need to worry about anymore. It is a real and present danger. And given that, I think it is very important for us to know what this is going to look like if it happens. I want to start by describing to you what a modern attack using nuclear weapons on a city would look like. Most of us have in our minds, we've seen the pictures, images of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And this is a terribly powerful warning about the destructive force that nuclear weapons have. But the main thing that we need to understand about Hiroshima and Nagasaki is that they do not begin to prepare us for what will happen in the next nuclear war. If the United States and Russia go at it, it's not going to be one Hiroshima-sized bomb on 1 or 2 cities. The Hiroshima bomb had an explosive force of 15 kilotons, 15,000 tons of TNT. Most of the weapons in the US and Russian arsenal are between 100 and 800 kilotons. That is to say, they're between 6 and 50 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. And a major city in the United States or Russia or China, if the war involves China, is not going to be targeted with 1 bomb. We don't know the exact targeting strategy of any of the nuclear powers, but people who have studied this and have had some, at times at least in the past, security clearance, feel that a major target city, like Seattle, like New York, like Washington, D.C., would be targeted with 5 or 10 or 15, possibly more nuclear warheads. Again, each of them 6 to 50 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. I want to give you an idea of what that looks like. It's very hard to describe all these explosions going off at the same time. And so I'm going to use the model of a single very large explosion, 20 megatons, 20 million tons of TNT. That's about 20 times bigger than most of the large bombs in our arsenal today. We used to have weapons that big. We don't anymore because we discovered you could cause more destruction if you use a lot of small bombs. But this model, although it probably overestimates the megatonnage, the destructive force that would hit any one city, actually underestimates the destruction that would take place in that city, because you do cause more damage if you use lots of smaller weapons. Still, it's something that I can describe and that you can apprehend. So indulge me, let me give you this model. Within 1,000th of a second of the detonation of this bomb, a fireball would form, reaching out for 2 miles in every direction, 4 miles across. Within this entire area, everything would be vaporized. The buildings, the trees, the people, the upper level of the earth itself would disappear. To a distance of 4 miles in every direction, the explosion would generate winds in excess of 600 miles per hour. Mechanical forces of that magnitude destroy essentially anything that human beings can build. This church would vanish. There'd be no trace of it left behind. To a distance of 6 miles in every direction, the heat would be so intense that automobiles would melt. And to a distance of 16 miles in every direction, the heat would still be so intense that everything flammable would burn. Paper, cloth, gasoline, heating oil, plastic. Hundreds of thousands of fires, which over the next half hour would coalesce into a giant firestorm, 32 miles across, covering over 800 square miles. Within this entire area, the temperature would rise to 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit. All of the oxygen would be consumed, and every living thing would die. In the case of New York, or Moscow, or Beijing, 12 to 15, possibly 18 million people dead in a half an hour. And if this were part of a large-scale war between the United States and Russia, this kind of destruction would take place at every major city in both countries. And if NATO were involved in the war, most of the great cities in Europe or Canada. If China were involved in the war, most of the great cities in China. Altogether, 200 to 300, perhaps 400 million people dead in an afternoon. And those who survive would find themselves in a world which we cannot imagine. None of the things that we require to stay alive would be available to those people. There'd be no electric grid. There'd be no internet. There'd be no cell phones. There'd be no ATMs. There'd be no food distribution system. There'd be no health system. There'd be no law and order. And over the months following that initial attack, the vast majority of the people living in all of these countries would also die. They'd die from starvation, from radiation exposure, from epidemic disease, from starvation. And this is only part of the story. I've only been talking about what happens in the countries that actually fight the war. But this conflict would be a disaster for the entire planet, because all of these fires would put enormous amounts of soot into the upper atmosphere. 150 million tons is the best estimate we have for a war between the United States and Russia. This would block out the sun and drop temperatures across the entire planet, an average of 18 degrees Fahrenheit. In the interior regions of North America and Eurasia, the temperatures would drop 45 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit. We have not seen conditions on this planet that cold in 18,000 years, since the coldest moment of the last ice age. And under these conditions, all of the ecosystems that have evolved since the end of that ice age would collapse, food production would stop, and the vast majority of the human race would starve to death. A study that was published in the summer of 2022 showed that a war between the United States and Russia, given current levels of armaments, would lead to a famine that in the first 2 years would kill 6 billion people, 3/4 of humanity. The study stopped at 2 years. The famine would not, it would continue. And we don't know what the ultimate death toll would be. It is possible that we would become extinct as a species. That same study also looked at a number of scenarios of war that might take place between India and Pakistan. And it showed that in a war there that involved 250 of the 340 nuclear warheads that exist on the subcontinent at this time. That war would kill 100 million people directly in South Asia, but it also would cause global climate disruption. Not quite as severe as that which would occur during a war between the United States and Russia, but bad enough to kill 2 billion people, a quarter of humanity in the first 2 years, including 130 million people here in the United States. So this is a war 9,000 miles from here between two countries over whose policy we have no direct influence, and it kills a third of the population here in the United States and a quarter of the population worldwide. This is not the scenario of a movie that I've been describing to you, and it's not a story I've made up to ruin your morning. This is the danger we allow ourselves to live with every day that we allow these weapons to continue to exist. And we have to understand that if we allow these weapons to continue to exist, it is not a question of if, it is only a question of when this happens. We know of at least 6 occasions during the nuclear weapons era when either Moscow or Washington began the process of launching its nuclear arsenal, always in the mistaken belief that it was under attack by the other side. On some of these occasions, the bombers were put in the air. The covers were taken off the missile silos. We were that close. And we are not here today because we have had wise leaders or sound military doctrine or infallible technology, as our leaders would have us believe. Rather, we are here today, to quote the former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, because we lucked out. It was luck that prevented nuclear war. And we have to understand that the current policy of all 9 of the nuclear weapon states at heart is nothing more than a hope for perpetual, perfect good luck. And we all know that's crazy. Luck doesn't last forever. So that's the bad news, and there's plenty of it. But there is good news, and it's important for us to focus on that. Because what I have described is the future that will be if we don't take action. But it is not the future that must be. We are sometimes conditioned to think of nuclear weapons as a part of the natural realm, almost like a force of nature. They're not. These are little machines that we have built with our own hands. Most warheads are about the size of a kitchen chair. We've dismantled tens of thousands of them. We know exactly how to dismantle the 12,000 that remain. It's a process that we could accomplish in 3 or 4 years' time once the decision were made to do that. The problem is we haven't made that decision. We have lacked the political will. And that's where we all come in. There were many factors at play in the 1980s, but the absolute key factor, in my estimation, was the fact that we all knew the danger we faced and we acted accordingly. Millions of people, literally millions in the United States, Europe, even in the Soviet Union, in Japan, in Australia, were all demanding an end to the Cold War arms race. And even if they did not have the full political power to force their governments to do what they wanted, they had the power to make this an issue which the leaders could not escape. Our leaders don't think about nuclear war today. It's on the bottom of their list of priorities. We need to move it to the top. We need to create the kind of pressure that makes it possible for them to take action and makes it necessary for them to take action. And it's a responsibility, I think, which falls particularly on those of us in the United States, because the leadership of this movement is going to have to come from one of the great nuclear powers, the United States, Russia, or China. In the 80s, it wasn't the US. It was the Soviet Union under Gorbachev that really pushed this process forward. I don't see that kind of leadership coming from Putin. Don't see evidence of it coming from Xi. That might change. It's going to be up to the United States, and probably not this administration, but the one that follows. And we need to create a movement in this country, like the movement in the 1980s, that makes it essential for that new administration to provide this kind of leadership. And I think we can do that. You know, there is a certain defeatism at times. People say, God, this isn't like the 1980s. We don't have 1 million people in Central Park. It's true. This is not like 1982, but it's kind of like 1979. There was a small, growing anti-nuclear movement then. And within a handful of years, 3 years, we had 1 million people at Central Park. We have done this before. We know we can do it again. What we need is a vehicle. And so in 2017, inspired by the adoption of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons at the UN, we created that vehicle here in the United States, we believe. It's the Back from the Brink campaign, which was modeled very directly on the Freeze campaign of the 1980s. Our theory of change was that we would create a prescription for what US nuclear policy ought to be as opposed to what it was. And we would bring that to communities around the country and get them to endorse that prescription in the belief that if enough people endorsed it, we would create a national consensus and be able to bring about the fundamental change in nuclear policy that was needed. Our platform was rooted in the idea that the United States government needs to acknowledge that nuclear weapons do not make us safe. Current policy is that they are the guarantee, the ultimate guarantee of our security. That's a myth. That's a false idea. Nuclear weapons do make us strong, but strength and safety are not the same thing. And they absolutely do not make us safe. They are the greatest threat to our safety. So US nuclear policy needs to be rooted in that understanding. And specifically what we call in the United States to do is to enter into negotiations now with all 8 of the other countries which have nuclear weapons to work out the details for a verifiable, enforceable agreement and a specific timetable agreed upon by these countries to dismantle their nuclear arsenals. We also asked the United States to take a number of intermediate steps that it could take unilaterally to lessen the danger of nuclear war in the meantime, things like adopting a no first use policy, ending the sole unchecked authority of the President of the United States to launch nuclear war. These measures would also demonstrate our good faith and help to give momentum to this whole process. And they could be undertaken unilaterally. We do not call on the United States to disarm unilaterally. We call on the United States to lead a global movement for universal disarmament and to provide leadership to that movement. This campaign has been moderately successful. It's grown very rapidly in the last couple of years. We don't have hundreds of communities who have endorsed it so far, but we do have about 80, including most of the major cities in this country: Boston, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Washington, Chicago, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Des Moines, Salt Lake City, San Francisco, LA, Portland. We don't have Seattle. I'd like to add that. We've also gotten resolutions passed by the state legislatures in California, in Oregon, in Rhode Island, by the state Senate in Maine, and by the Assembly in New Jersey. 480 organizations around the country have joined this campaign, non-governmental organizations, including most of the national faith communities, the Episcopal Church, the Presbyterian Church, the Methodist Church, the Congregational Church, the Unitarian Church, the Islamic Society of North America, Soka Gakkai in the Buddhist community, Pax Christi in the Catholic community, the Reconstructionist Jewish movement, the National Baptist Convention. We have gotten many of the largest environmental groups, the Sierra Club, the NRDC, 350.org, scientific groups like the Federation of American Scientists, Union of Concerned Scientists, Physicians for Social Responsibility. And recently we've gotten the first endorsements by organized labor. 4 unions have endorsed this campaign and have pledged to work within the labor community to get others. And to me, most inspiring, we now have a student organization, a national student organization, Students for Nuclear Disarmament, with chapters now on 14 campuses across the country. It's been said for a number of years that you can't get young people involved in this issue. They just don't, they won't respond to it. It's true, it's been difficult to get young people to involve, but that's been for a very simple reason. We haven't spoken to them. We haven't told them about this stuff. What we have found is when you go on campus and you talk to young people about this issue, they are very concerned about it and very anxious to get involved. They're already primed. They know from the climate crisis that there are existential threats. And so it's a relatively easy jump to explain to them that there is unfortunately a second existential threat, the danger of nuclear war. So all of these forces are developing and growing. We have a resolution in the Congress In the last session, that resolution had 45 co-sponsors. In this session, the new resolution was introduced yesterday. It already has 15 co-sponsors on the day that it was introduced. And we believe the resolution was rewritten this year after a lot of feedback from many members of Congress and others in the anti-nuclear community. We believe that we will get substantially more than the 45 co-sponsors that we got last year. And in the process, we'll develop champions in Congress, like Representative Jayapal, who will be able to amplify the message to the general public about the need to eliminate these weapons. So for all of these reasons, I'm actually somewhat optimistic that we're going to be able to succeed in this endeavor. It's intimidating, I know, when we hear about this problem, the magnitude of it, the imminence of it. I think there's a tendency for all of us to feel kind of overwhelmed. And it's important, several things are important to bear in mind in this regard. One, no one of us is expected to do this alone. But on the other hand, no one of us is expected to step back from that part of the job which is ours to do. And I think we need to have that attitude about this. We need to know that each of us has a role, and we need to each of us figure out what that role is. What communities do we belong to that we can involve in this campaign? What church groups, what labor unions, what civic societies, what Rotary clubs can we reach out to and get them involved in this effort? We also need to understand that while this is a terrible responsibility, it's something more. And we need to acknowledge this is a terrible responsibility. When we know that the world is at risk and that we can do something about it, we need to take action, which is why you're all here today. You understand this. But that sits heavy on our shoulders. It's a burden. And we have to, I mean, that's inescapable. This is true. I think we need to look at it though, from a slightly different perspective as well. Everyone wants their life to matter. They want to do something important with their life. Those of us living today have literally been given the opportunity to save the world. And there is nothing better that anyone can ever do with his or her life. So we need to reach out to people in that spirit also. We're offering them the opportunity to save themselves and their families and the whole world. And I think if we approach this issue in that spirit, we're going to be successful. And someday in the very near future, we're all going to be able to look ourselves in the mirror and say, quite honestly, I helped save the world. And that's going to be a pretty great day. I want to close, since we're in a sanctuary, with my favorite passage from the Hebrew Bible, in which it is reported that God said, "Behold, I have set before you life and death. Therefore choose life, so that you and your children might live." That is literally the choice before humanity today. So let us choose life. Let us act with courage and with determination. And let's save the world. Thank you.
Now that you understand the gravity of the nuclear threat, I hope everyone here understands why so many have dedicated their lives to stopping it. We are about to take a 15-minute break while we set up for our next panel, but before we do, I'd like to take a moment to honor another doctor who embodied the mission of social responsibility. Last year, former WPSR President and National President Dr. Dave Hall left us after a long battle with cancer. Dave was a dedicated member of WPSR's Nuclear Weapons Abolition Task Force and the Ground Zero Center for Nonviolent Action. Dave was adamant about engaging the next generation in our work against nuclear weapons. In 2023, Dave insisted that I join him in organizing the annual Hiroshima and Nagasaki Memorial Weekend at Ground Zero, being sure to make space for the ideas of a young leader like myself. We want to continue Dave's legacy and train the next generation of leaders in our movement, which is why I'm asking you all to consider making a contribution to the Dr. Dave Hall Emerging Leaders in Nuclear Weapons Abolition program, a program that will train and sponsor young leaders in a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Hiroshima for the 80th commemoration of the atomic bombing. Folks should go ahead and take their breaks, and please return to your seats by 11 a.m. Thank you.
sure it's not. Test, test, test. 16, why is there only 15?
About a 4-minute warning. You can return to your seats by 11 a.m. Thank you. Yeah. Please return to your seats. We are about to get started. Please return to your seats. Make your way up from the fellowship hall if you were there. Head back to the main sanctuary. Okay. And please welcome our moderator, Jeff Wilson.
Hi, everybody. I appreciate you all being here today. I'm Jeff Wilson. I think my title these days is Distinguished Fellow and something advisor at the Stimson Center, which is a 501c3 think tank in Washington, D.C. And I focus on issues of nuclear deterrence, the ever-growing military budget, and national security politics, which is unfortunately sort of a growth industry these days. I know that all of us here in Seattle like to joke about traffic, but I especially want to thank Sean and WPSR for inviting me to a place sort of in my front yard. Usually to talk to people about nuclear weapons, I have to fly 6 hours across the country. It's really nice to take a short jaunt across the West Seattle Bridge for a change. Now look, I've heard a lot about how dire this situation is today here. And I cannot overstate this enough, like the rest of the speakers that you've already heard from, that these issues matter today, and maybe even more so than at any other time in contemporary history. All 9 of the world's nuclear nations across the globe are rapidly modernizing and expanding their nuclear arsenals. Here at home, the United States is set to spend some $1.7 trillion on new nuclear weapons over 30 years. That's sort of an unquantifiable amount of money. It's really hard to understand what $1 trillion looks like. But $1.7 trillion is just about all of the student debt in this entire country today. If you break it down on a yearly basis over 30 years, we're spending about $75 billion on new nuclear weapons every year, which is the same amount of money as 2 Manhattan projects a year. That's 2 of the 4-year programs to build nuclear weapons in this country in the first place. $75 billion is also the same amount of money that Ronald Reagan spent over the 8 years of his presidency during the last nuclear arms race in totality on nuclear weapons. And we are spending that every year for the next 30 years today. So, at the same time, the unfortunate truth is that the last arms control agreements that are meant to reduce and limit the amount and types of nuclear weapons that are currently deployed expires next year. And every single American needs to be concerned about this issue. Every single person, man, woman, and child is still continuing to live under that nuclear sword of Damocles. And this threat is real and it is increasingly dangerous. And now with that last arms control agreement set to expire, we are running the risk of going into a fully unconstrained global nuclear arms race. We need to be very, very concerned about these things, because if we learned anything from the last arms race, it should have been that merely possessing more nuclear weapons didn't make any of us any more safe. In fact, the truth here is that while we may have continued to live under the implicit threat of nuclear weapons since the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that today we are turning to a place where an explicit threat of nuclear use is becoming more and more commonplace in our politics. We see several nuclear flashpoints across the globe where nuclear powers are fighting non-nuclear powers, where non-state actors are fighting nuclear powers, and where the very real threat of nuclear coercion and threat of nuclear use is becoming increasingly more common. That is a breakdown in the sort of norms and values that people assumed the way that world leaders talked about nuclear weapons in the past. And it's something very, very different and very, very frightening. And it should be something that we're all concerned about. But luckily, as Dr. Heflin was talking about, there is something that we can do about this. In my 14 years working in nuclear weapons issues in Washington, the common refrain from our leaders, from members of Congress, has been, even Republicans, this used to be a bipartisan issue, is that, well, I care about this issue and I understand what you're talking about, but I never hear anything from my constituents about it. And unfortunately, in the sort of broken political system that we find ourselves in today, and I've heard this from senators and congressmen alike, the truth is that people, the only thing that they feel that they can be publicly concerned about are parochial issues, things that concern their constituents. So there is a real opportunity here and in this room to make a difference. I firmly believe in that. And I want to thank WPSR and I want to thank all of you for being here today, because you are the forefront of making that difference and helping make this dream a reality. Most importantly, though, now I want to introduce my colleagues, my friends here, who are going to talk to us about some of these nuclear flashpoints across the world, why they matter, and what we can do to help stop the worst from happening. So my fellow panelists, if you would come up here and join me at the front. So it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Gu Li, Mr. Bill Dole, Richard Murray, and Peter. We're going to go down the line starting from left to right here. And what I want you to do is to introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about your work, and tell us why you think that this particular flashpoint that you are going to cover is necessary for our friends here in order to arm them to be successful advocates on this issue today. Go ahead, Bill, start us off. Test.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that. First, thank you for inviting me to be part of this important conversation today. My name is Bill Dole, the Communications Coordinator for the Rachel Corrie Foundation for Peace and Justice. Rachel Corrie was killed in Rafah, in the south end of the Gaza Strip, by Israeli soldiers on March 16th, 2003. As an immediate result, Rachel's family started the Rachel Corrie Foundation to continue Rachel's commitment to world peace. Craig and Cindy Corrie, Rachel's parents, continue to operate the foundation. Cindy was asked to be here on this panel today and had to decline. The foundation is celebrating Rachel's birthday this evening with an important discussion with a local medical doctor who has volunteered twice in Gaza over the last year. The foundation aims to create peace through education, art, and through connections to other peace-oriented organizations like Washington Against Nuclear Weapons. The Rachel Corrie Foundation is a member of Washington Against Nuclear Weapons and the local Olympia Coalition to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, and has been a partner organization since both started. And I am the active member on both on behalf of the foundation. Because of Rachel's death in Rafah, the foundation has a strong personal connection to Israel and Gaza. The Corries have spent more than a year of their lives in Israel, fighting for accountability for Rachel's death. Ultimately, Israel never took responsibility or admitted accountability for Rachel's death, calling her killing a regrettable accident. The United States has never conducted a full investigation into Rachel's death and has failed to pursue accountability for Rachel's killing or the death of several other Americans and foreign nationals killed by Israeli forces. I've been to Israel on the Birthright trip, which convinces Jews to go to Israel and live there, and later to Israel and Palestine on a study tour with Americans for Peace Now. I've never been able to enter Gaza. Birthright fails to show me the true Israel, including nuclear weapons in Israel. I also approach this conversation through my own education with a master's degree combining sustainable development and peace studies, including nuclear disarmament and the study of international diplomacy, with a final thesis that suggests disarmament, including nuclear disarmament, is essential to peace between Israelis and Palestinians. Now I'm ready to address the flashpoint of nuclear weapons in Israel and Gaza.
Thank you, Bill. Bill, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Gu from South Korea. I'm here not as an expert because I'm Korean. That's why I'm here. I'm kind of a member of Seattle Evergreen Coalition, Korean American Progressive Group in the greater Seattle area. So we mainly focused on is the peace in the Korean Peninsula and also democracy you recently kind of witnessed. And also it's a human rights and then social justice. And then also member of KPNGN. This is Korea Peace Now Grassroots Network for Korea Peace. So we kind of mainly kind of focused on advocacy on its HR 1841 this year, introduced by Brad Sherman, and also education, and it's a coalition through its kind of its entire nation. So this is kind of I'm working, and a couple of years ago, there's Fukushima, Daiichi's kind of discharges the nuclear waste. So I contacted WPSR. I met Dr. Bergson and also Sean. Since then, I work with them, and then luckily 2023. I had a Korean Hibakusha first visit, and also 25 this year, or second visit. Was my first time recognized, actually learned. We had atomic bomb victims in Korea. But it made sense.
We are not potted plants. We are not.
Time, so a lot of people are forced to live in Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So about 10% of victims were Korean. So tomorrow we'll have one of the kind of dams, kind of son will be here as keynote speaker. Then I think it's most of you nowadays recognize Korea as some kind of good things, like it's a K-pop, like it's BTS or it's Blackpink, and also K-drama, like it's Squid Games, and movies like it's Parasite. And also food. Tomorrow we'll kind of serve you kind of simple one though. And also democracy is recently witnessed. But it's kind of even 10, 15 years ago, people recognized Korea as it's not like that. Even my daughter, her kind of experience was, her friends, classmates was second grade, asked her, where are you from? Are you Chinese or Japanese? My daughter answered Korean. Oh, from North Korea? Because that time, most of Americans recognize North Korea as a giver, but it's not South Korea. But it's that's the kind of story because now North and South separated. The kind of history is start from kind of colonized by Japan, and then after Second World War by 2 atomic bombs, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and then we're supposed to be liberated but divided instead. So North and South. 5 years after, it's a Korean War, 1950. Do you know it's the war is ended or not. Still ongoing. 1953 is armistice signed by the US as representing UN command, and also China and North Korea. Now it's something common for these three countries, all has nuclear weapon. So still kind of is under the war in Korean Peninsula. That's a big thing. And also all kind of nuclear kind of weapons all around the countries. Even recently, Dr. Herfan mentioned South Korea pursued some kind of nuclear weapon. Actually, 1970s, South Korea tried, but actually failed. But so nowadays, a lot of people want to have nuke as kind of deterrence because North Korea has it. But that is a myth, as you most of you know. So that's why I think it's a very important is Korea-wise flashpoint here, because on ending war is one of the longest war in the US. Just armistice signed by three countries, but now all of them have nuclear weapon. And also, last year, for example, joint military drills by ROK, South Korea and US, more than 200 days of military drill in Korean Peninsula. Before, mainly focused on this kind of East Coast for this North Korea, but now moved to the West Coast, to China. So there's more threats. And then last year, North Korea had summit with Russia, and then any countries got kind of threatened or is invaded, they automatically engaged the war. It's all countries have nuclear weapon. This is really kind of danger there. So that's why I'm here to share kind of the current situation in Korean Peninsula. So, and also tomorrow we will have more kind of depths of understanding how is Korean atomic bomb victims kind of suffered. Again, I'm not an expert, so maybe it's questions or answers, maybe kind of awkward, but I tried my best, and then thanks much.
Thank you, Gu. Richard?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Richard. With Bayan Seattle or Bayan Washington. Bayan is an overseas chapter of Bayan. Bayan Washington is a chapter of Bayan USA, which is an overseas chapter of Bayan Philippines. The Bayan USA has over 30 member organizations across the US. And actually, Bayan as a whole, the Philippines has member chapters in Europe, in Australia, Canada, Japan, Hong Kong, everywhere where Filipinos actually have been forced to migrate to. A little bit more about myself, I didn't introduce. So I do a lot of my day-to-day work with UNIC Bayan Seattle, which is a youth and student organization, and it's part of Bayan, which is the alliance of grassroots Filipino organizations that are fighting for national democracy in the Philippines, so a genuinely free and democratic Philippines. Bayan was formed in the 70s, really coming out of, if you know Marcos Sr., he declared martial law in the Philippines. It was actually the people, we talked about ordinary people, what power we have. It was the mass movement that Bayan helped form that kicked Marcos out. And so we've continued that fight. It continued through the 90s. We were able to kick US bases out briefly before they were returned to the Philippines. We were here in Seattle actually protesting WTO, if you know, Battle of Seattle. And then continued against unfair trade and military agreements through the Trans-Pacific Partnership, RIMPAC, recently APEC, if you remember those protests here in Seattle that happened, and also in California. And then most recently, the 123 nuclear agreement that was signed between the Philippines and the US that basically allows for US-made nuclear technology to be imported into the Philippines. If you're familiar with the Philippines at all, you know there's lots of islands, over 7,000, a really lovely place. So many, it's very lush. I got to go last year for the first time. lots of rich resources. But the catch is that most of those resources aren't being given to the majority of people. It's being pocketed by the ruling class, the Marcoses, the Marcos dynasty, the Dutertes, if you've heard of Duterte. And it's really in partnership with the US, who is not only controlling the Philippines economically, but militarily. You may have seen that Pete Hegseth made a trip to the Philippines just recently, March 28th, where he met with Marcos heads of state in the Philippines to strengthen the US's military upsurge in the Philippines. So they actually signed a joint vision statement where they're going to increase unmanned systems, drones in the Philippines. Many of those may be made by Boeing, so right in our backyard. Ammunition components and energetics. They're going to support in the extraction of Philippine natural minerals that will be used towards defensive systems, technologies. Other things such as 3D printing, AI, we talked about AI earlier. This is really putting the Philippines in the crosshairs of imperialist war between the US's buildup with China. You mentioned the military exercises that happen in Korea. That happens in the Philippines as well. It's actually happening this month right now between the Philippines and the US. They've pledged $500 million in US military spending to support the Philippines in its military defense, but we really know it's using the Filipino people for the US's own interests. And so when we talk about flashpoints, we don't have nuclear weapons in the Philippines yet, but through that 1, 2, 3 nuclear deal, through this military buildup, we're actually seeing the conditions for potential nuclear weapons storage, because what happens when nuclear technology is put in the Philippines in an area where there are typhoons, earthquakes, it's dangerous environmentally, and that can be used for potential US storage of nuclear weapons. So I think I can share more about that as we talk, but thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Go ahead, Peter. Hi, my name is Peter Lumsdain, and for the past 7 years, although I'm not an MD or health professional, I have been involved with PSR, both the National Committee for Abolition of Nuclear Weapons and the Washington State Nuclear Weapons Abolition Task Force. But in the larger picture, I have spent most of my adult life working as both a staff person and independent organizer around the challenge of the nuclear arsenals, specifically development of first strike nuclear weapon systems through educational outreach and nonviolent civil resistance organizing. And I'm very fortunate that that has enabled me at times to visit Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Korea, the Philippines, different conflict zones in Latin America, and also to go twice into occupied Iraq, which I think is giving me a perspective on the journey that I took in 2023 with a small delegation of the Zaporizhzhia Protection Project, kind of an informal spin-off of PSR, to Poland and Ukraine. We were in Warsaw, Kyiv, Dnipro, Zaporizhzhia, Marhanets, Ukraine, very close to the off-limits red zone there at Marhanets, near the front lines. And I think that that is what I'm going to address clearly here on the panel this evening, or this afternoon, that of these different flashpoints that our friends here have talked about, that Ira mentioned in his speech. I think that one of the most very critical and concerning ones is, in fact, the confrontation between those two powers, which hold over 90% of the world's nuclear arsenals, and that would be Russia and the United States, or the United States as the lead power of NATO. And I think that the 3 points, I'm just going to say briefly, that kind of came out of that journey through Ukraine, and we talked to many, many different people, a few Russians, mostly Ukrainians. This was all in government-controlled territory. We didn't go into the Russian separatist side. But I think three key points that came out for me is that as tragic and important as this conflict and many conflicts around the world, ones that we hear about, ones that we hear less about in Sudan and so forth, is for the people there on the ground, that there is something much, much larger at stake for the whole planet with, like I say, these two nuclear superpowers, Russia and the United States, or the US with its NATO allies, face-to-face, nose-to-nose in a very perilous confrontation. And I think a second point that I want to just mention is that this legacy of nuclear threats, of threatened nuclear first use by Russia and by the United States in past years and right up to very recent years, for instance, documented in Dan Ellsberg's book, The Doomsday Machine, where he has a whole catalog of US nuclear first use threats that have been made. This is a kind of policy that is right at the spear tip of this concern that we're talking about. But more positively, I think it's very, very important for people to know that in Ukraine, there is a grassroots, widespread Ukrainian semi-underground peace movement there of people who are studying Gandhi, studying Martin Luther King, studying Professor Gene Sharp from Harvard, and have carried out actions of nonviolent civil resistance with some effectiveness in the face of the military forces that are arrayed in Ukraine. So I think that's another point that I think is very important and hopeful. And finally, I will just say that as much as we are concerned about the thousands and thousands of nuclear weapons, the qualitative arms race, which we're seeing how the conflict in Ukraine and other parts of the world is shifting to more and more automated and increasingly autonomous drone systems, AI-driven targeting systems. I mentioned this, Richard mentioned this. This is a very critical point here, and I think that we need to be addressing that qualitative shift as much as the quantitative challenge that we face with the arsenal. So I'm really fortunate to be here on this panel, and I hope that as we answer the questions, we can each share some additional perspectives. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. So starting this off, I'm going to pose a couple of questions for the panel here, and then we're going to answer this as sort of a discussion between folks. If anybody wants to jump in and answer one from the top, then others can follow up. And I want to start sort of, I think that it has been made obvious, these represent 4 flashpoints that the United States is intrinsically linked to, right? That we already have security guarantees or agreements with, that we provide a massive amount of military aid to, or that we have sort of de facto extension of the nuclear umbrella to. There are active conflicts in 3 of these zones, as has been pointed out, and a very real escalating trade war in the Western Pacific right now between the United States and China. And anybody that listens to any congressman talk about US nuclear weapons will hear, God, we have to have these because of China. Like this China threat inflation is a very precipitous, sort of Cold War missile gap sort of feeling is the way that people talk about it today. So these are things that are very real and that are sort of right on the horizon right now that we need to be talking about. So first question is, I think sort of the weird thing about nuclear weapons is that often what you say about them means more than what you are actually doing with them. And the threatening the use of nuclear weapons is actually a war crime, according to the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Criminal Justice. But we have seen increasingly dangerous nuclear rhetoric or even outright nuclear coercion over the last decade. And anybody following along at home is probably getting whiplash from a lot of this. In 2021, the United States, Russia, and China all agreed that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought again, only to come back to sort of the realm of fire and fury, the outright threatening of nuclear use by the Russians in their war in Ukraine. So how have such threats made in the conflicts that you are all experts in and are talking about right now? And what sort of response has been made by the world community and international institutions? How are these threats, how is increased nuclear rhetoric affecting people in these crisis zones? Anybody want to start with that? Go ahead, Bill.
Sure, I'll jump in. On November 2023, and again in January 2024, Israel's heritage minister Amichai Eliyahu said Israel should use nuclear weapons against Gaza. Several elected members of the US Congress have suggested a nuclear weapon be used against Palestinians in Gaza over the last 18 months. As for the other part, immediately after Eliyahu said nuclear weapons should be used against Gaza in November 2023, China, Iran, and a multitude of Arab nations meeting at the planned United Nations conference, whose goal was to establish a nuclear-free zone in the Middle East, condemned the statement that a nuclear bomb on Gaza was an option in the Israel-Hamas war, calling it a threat to the world. As for the response from the international law, I can find no evidence that the ICC issued any statement on Israel's threat to use nuclear weapons against Gaza or any other adversary. Although the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, did not directly comment on the threat by Israel to use nuclear weapons in Gaza or anyone else, in the ICJ's 2024 advisory opinion applying international law to the occupied Palestinian territories, the ICJ cited numerous times its own legality of the threat of the use of nuclear weapons advisory opinion from 1996.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody else? How is this affecting people? How is this affecting international communities?
Well, first of all, it's a kind of laws. It's based on kind of its nature, like it's a humanitarian law. It's a be good, kind of it's love each other, help each other. So definitely this is crime, but it's unfortunately nowadays politics kind of measure a lot of things. So even kind of you remember it's 2017, Trump and Kim Jong-un is from North Korea. It's a kind of burden kind of competition. I have bigger burdens or something like that, and the fire and fury. But that's is a kind of it's more kind of people consider it as just a political gesture or as rhetorics at that time. Because at that time North Korea just developing nuclear weapon and testing, but now it's quite different. And then even kind of the issue is the one who controlled this kind of nuclear button is kind of by sole kind of authorities like Trump. But it's the people vote the leaders based upon their decision, but based on kind of more people is rational, kind of it's a more kind of have common sense like us. But in case somebody who is autocratic or is a kind of lunatic, kind of have the power, solely control that, there's more danger. Then it's in kind of it's global, in international community, supposed kind of is do something, but unfortunately a lot of things not as done yet. Even kind of UN, a lot of good activities there, but a lot of kind of is financial support from US. That's why kind of is US law is very important. And then maybe kind of different kind of is outside of talk, but I think this the only answer is to how we kind of avoid any crime, prevent it, that's stop it. That is only by people, I think.
I think that's an excellent answer, Gu, and just sort of going off that, the amount of conversations that have been had with members of Congress who believe that there is some sort of two-man system, that President Trump needs to consult with somebody before he launches a nuclear weapon or something like that, that's just flat out wrong, is sort of staggering. And so again, this is an opportunity for education and advocacy from folks who know better and who talk to those members of Congress to do something. I'm sorry. Richard, Peter, do you guys want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think so. The Philippines does not have nuclear weapons right now. But this part about the ICC is making me think about Duterte's recent arrest by the ICC. He committed war crimes during his presidency, killing over 30,000 Filipinos during his so-called drug war, which was really a war on the working class in the Philippines. And it was actually the ordinary people, the masses of the Philippines, the international community that was pushing for his arrest. And so I'm kind of just seeing who's actually helping make decisions and push for change in the Philippines right now. It's really the people, and at the same time, who's benefiting from the nuclear technology that's being put into the Philippines. Right now, it's under the control of the US, basically. So it's actually going to benefit large corporations, UltraSafe, who is based here in Seattle, trying to figure out how them being bought out affects things. But yeah, I think there's really big potential for escalation, and I think keep in mind like who's actually benefiting from these large decisions. It's usually those that are in power, but the other side of that is those that have the ability to really make change for the majority are the people in this room, are the people in the Philippines, Filipinos overseas that are part of the same fight. And so hope to share more about that too as we continue our discussion together.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, in terms of nuclear threats, I think there has been a lot of awareness and publicity, obviously, about the fact that the Russian government has indicated, mostly implicitly, that it is a nuclear weapons power and that other Western nations should not intervene in its battle ongoing in Ukraine. I think there's been much less attention, like I said, to the fact that there's a long legacy of maximalist brinkmanship, of nuclear first-use threats, particularly and specifically by the United States over the years. It was NATO policy for decade after decade that if there was a Soviet invasion of Western Europe, the tactical nuclear weapons by France, by England, by the United States were the final arbiter of driving back a conventional loss to Soviet forces. So, I think we have to look at it in the context of that entire ideology of nuclear first-use brinkmanship and maximal demands. One of the things which was brought out, I thought very vividly, by these members of the Ukrainian peace movement that we met with, by Katya and Sergei and Yuri and different people that had conversations with us, was that a great deal of damage has been done to the environment and the people and the communities of Ukraine by the excessive destructive power of Russian military force, and also by the destructive counterforce of NATO-supplied Ukrainian military forces. And this is why, despite the fact that some of these individuals are on trial for treason, despite the fact that they have universally condemned the invasion of Russian troops into their country, but they say very clearly, we are trying to and struggling to make a stand against Russian militarism and Ukrainian NATO militarism, both. That we are caught in the vice between these two forces. So I think that the nuclear threat concern, which is a very, very real and important, has to be viewed in that context of the collision of rival empires, basically rival powers for global and economic dominance in the 21st century, and the use of their arsenals to threaten to enforce that dominance, to win that battle, to win against China, to win against Russia, to win against the United States. When, as Ira pointed out, the fate of the entire human race and the planet is hanging in the balance. So that's the context in which I look at that question of nuclear threats and how that has arisen in Central Europe. I'll just add one other thing here too, which is what got much less attention, I think, than statements by Putin was a statement by President Biden that if Russian forces were to enter, for instance, any mile, any kilometer, any inch of Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia, that they would face the full force and power of the NATO alliance. Now, if you think about that statement for a second, you know that the government of France wields hundreds of thermonuclear weapons. The government of Britain wields hundreds of thermonuclear weapons. And the government of the United States wields thousands and thousands of thermonuclear weapons. So when he says the full force and power of the NATO alliance would be brought to bear against any incursion into Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia, again, we have to look at this in a sense of proportion. What is the stake involved here for Europe, for humanities, that they are asserting that full force and power of NATO against?
Thank you, Peter. And I think that these last two comments are especially important right now as we begin to, we don't have a no first use policy. I'm sure everybody here is aware of that. But more dangerously now, sort of from a cynical economic perspective, Richard, the United States is starting to build easier to use nuclear weapons again, right? We're starting to build smaller, what were once called tactical nuclear weapons that will be placed on conventional Navy ships, that will go to places like the Philippines, that will be off the coast of China, that will be around the Korean Peninsula, and that will actually either bring more nuclear weapons back to states like Seattle and Atlanta that already host them, or for Seattle and Georgia that already host them for the United States Navy, or that may bring them to new states like California, Hawaii, Connecticut, and Virginia. So these issues, and I think Richard's right, from a very cynical perspective, I think it's a boom town to be an arms manufacturer in this country. So I think that those are very important points, which is a nice segue over to our second question here. We're at a place now where the world leaders seem to be attempting to lower the threshold for nuclear use. They are talking about these things in increasingly incendiary ways. They are building more nuclear weapons and more easier to use nuclear weapons. So my question for you all is, how has the role of nuclear weapons in these conflict zones contributed to the erosion of the international taboo against nuclear use? Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, I think something I forgot to mention on the last question too is the Philippines has withdrawn from the ICC. So I think that will also affect how the Philippines could potentially be held accountable for any future potential nuclear conflict. But for this question, I'm really thinking about going back to the 123 nuclear deal that basically allows the US to import its own technology into other countries. It's a deal that's done with many other countries, but for the Philippines, it's now furthering the Philippines' dependence on foreign technology and energy. Currently, the Philippines itself allows for 100% foreign ownership of clean energy. And so that actually sets the stage for UltraSafe that I mentioned earlier, or whichever company decides to make a profit off of the Philippines to create these opportunities for potential nuclear technology. Specifically, they've created micro-modular reactors, if you've heard about those. They're basically, if you think of a big nuclear reactor, it's smaller. But that actually means they're putting these in strategic places within the Philippines. This is an untested technology, actually. They're putting them in Metro Manila, an urban city in the Philippines. They're putting it in a fishing community in the Philippines. They're putting it in a rural farmland. And with these new testing sites, of course, that comes with increased militarization. It threatens the livelihood of fisherfolk. What do you do with nuclear waste? If there's leaks, that's going to damage the fishing community, the farming community, let alone what happens if it's in the middle of a city. And to the point that there's these small modular reactors, potentially that if they're able to be put in other locations, that's potential storage for development of US nuclear weapons. And then, yeah, I think just to point out, this is part of one of Biden's campaigns, which is no to ultra safe. We may adjust that as conditions change, which is also part of our U.S. out of the Philippines campaign, because we want the U.S. out militarily, economically, politically, and we really see the interference and insertion of U.S.-made nuclear technology as part of that. We want the ability for the Philippines for the people to choose self-determination, to really choose what we want our resources used towards, and how we meet our energy needs.
Thank you, Richard. Others that want to weigh in? Peter?
Sure. Well, I think, the last question that we addressed is similar in some ways to this about lowering the threshold of inhibition towards threatening the use of nuclear weapons explicitly or implicitly. And as I keep saying, I think there's a long history of this, unfortunately. And part of that, I believe, is the process of demonization of the other, of the adversary, of the enemy. You don't have to be naive or think that Vladimir Putin or Saddam Hussein or Manuel Noriega or the rulers of China or the history of U.S. imperialism is somehow to be dismissed or not taken seriously. To understand that throughout history, back to ancient history and certainly in the 19th and 20th centuries, in World War I and beyond, this key element of mobilizing a nation to make maximalist demands, to mobilize maximum resources, to threaten the maximum destruction of their worst weapons, revolves around the demonization of the other side. And we certainly saw this, I think, in Iraq. Whatever one thinks of large powers invading smaller countries, be it Russia and Ukraine or the United States in Iraq, be it in Afghanistan or Lebanon or Gaza or wherever those occurrences have happened, Tibet, over the years and decades, that has to be understood again in the context of finding a way out of that polarization. John Kennedy said this at American University in the summer of 1963, the halfway point between the Cuban Missile Crisis and his assassination in Dallas, Texas, that in the nuclear era, when an adversary, a global adversary, is given only the option of humiliating retreat or unlimited escalation, this becomes not a policy at all. It becomes a kind of form of sophisticated insanity for the people of the planet. That's what John Kennedy said at American University, paraphrasing. So I think that is the context in which the lowering of nuclear inhibitions and the raising of nuclear threats has to be looked at, that we've got to break out of that mode of demonization and polarization and maximal demands. And the authors of this article, Why Are We in Ukraine, in Harper's, mentioned that what used to be the crown jewel of diplomacy and often interpersonal conflicts has now become a dirty word, and that word is compromised.
Well said, Peter. Anybody else want to weigh in on this question before we move on? Go ahead, Bill.
Well, I want to say, first of all, that we know that Israel uses plausible deniability, saying that they neither have nor do not have nuclear weapons. But I've mentioned that they have made statements that they confirm that they have nuclear weapons, and that this information has made it through Israel's literary censor in Ari Shavit's 2013 book, My Promised Land, which is a personal story that he tells of his family helping develop the nuclear weapons in Israel. We know that Israel has threatened to use nuclear weapons since in war and conflict since Golda Meir in 1973 and possibly before. You may know Professor John Mearsheimer, who wrote about the Israel lobby. And he said that he and other people have suggested that Israel has no intention of using a nuclear weapon in Gaza or in Israel, Gaza or in against Hezbollah in Lebanon because of the proximity to Israel. But he says that there's no guarantee that a country that has nuclear weapons won't use them. I know that we were intending to engage in discussion around nuclear weapons in Iran in this panel as well. And nuclear weapons in Iran, or whether they have or do not have them, has a lot to do with Israel. And Mearsheimer says that even without nuclear weapons, Israel would be an adversary. There'd be a lot of animosity and conflict between those two countries. You've talked a lot about resources. Mearsheimer, in a webinar that hosted last month that he was on, talking to the University of Chicago, said that the Middle East is not about that the Middle East is mainly about oil, and that's there's three areas of the world that we care about: Europe, which we no longer care about, the Middle East because of oil, and China just because. So as far as nuclear weapons in the Middle East, Iran is an issue, although everybody thinks they stopped pursuing them after 2003.
This is a good opportunity, Bill. I'm being given the flag here that it's time to start wrapping up. So I appreciate that, because I think that's a great segue into the final question that I want to give Gu the opportunity to answer first here. Bringing this back to optimism, where is there a chance for us to make real progress, nonviolent progress for success in this issue? So do you all see a pathway for diplomacy to resolve these conflicts or these nuclear potentials today? And how might it affect or open a road to direct diplomacy between nuclear states going forward?
Yeah, great question. So diplomacy, yes, definitely we need diplomacy. When I was young, diplomacy was, now I consider true diplomacy, kind of open the table, negotiate more force, common goods. But nowadays, we more focused on issues or countries, groups' interest. So how we kind of negotiate the table. So the thing is, kind of is before the question, the previous questions together, is definitely kind of is eroded for kind of international taboo on nuclear weapon usage and everything. Definitely it's kind of risk is increase the risk. But good thing is kind of is people start work, not just lean on politicians. So kind of that's why we start to talk and dialogue based on kind of grassroots and kind of negotiation. Not the part is diplomacy, but kind of we aware of that. So this is part of that I may kind of answer. In Korean, maybe a couple of you may read. This is a 반전 반핵, is a kind of anti-war and anti-nuke. This is the real diplomacy we can provide, and then bring to kind of is our table here. So that's why we are here as a people. We make a proposal to kind of deliver to kind of politicians, make a better deal, real kind of diplomacy, true diplomacy we need. Thank you.
Outstanding. Anybody else want to weigh in? Pathways for diplomacy in 1 minute or less.
Yeah, I think definitely want diplomacy and agree with you that the most effective diplomacy right now is actually diplomacy in the streets. So how can we as people really galvanize our communities? It was for Bayan in the Philippines, it was multiple sectors of society, churches, teachers, scientists, doctors, physicians, artists, farmers, fisher folk that really pushed for the ousting of Marcos. We kicked the US out in the 90s. We kicked Spain out in our history long ago. We fought against Japan. And now we're currently fighting against the US. So I think it's really important what Gu was saying is it's this coalition. It's how do we bring this out back to our communities to really hold those in power accountable, and but really the power is amongst ourselves, the majority of people. So.
Well, I really want to echo what has been said in that I think that grassroots civilian diplomacy is really critical. And this is one thing I think that's extraordinary about International Physicians for Prevention of Nuclear War, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize in 1985, PSR's international affiliate, was that at a time of profound ideological division, really greater in some ways than there is now, two entirely different systems in Soviet Russia and the United States, that Soviet physicians and American physicians and others as well, but from those two polarized ideological armed camps came together with a united presence and a united statement. And that's why I think they won the 1985 Nobel Peace Prize. So that's an example of how people can reach out over that polarization and demonization. I want to recommend also on the subject of diplomacy and hope, this article, cover story in Harper's Magazine in the summer of 2023, Why Are We in Ukraine? On the Dangers of American Hubris by two eminent scholars. Very, very important article that goes way beyond Ukraine itself, dealing with the Cuban Missile Crisis, the development of first strike weapons. It's a really, really good article. It's available online and also at your local library. So I'd recommend that. And the final thing I would say is that in terms of this civilian grassroots diplomacy, that is directly connected to civilian nonviolent direct action, which we heard amazing testimonies about in Ukraine, of Ukrainian people who stood up to military forces and backed them down in Enerhodar and other parts of Ukraine. Philippe Daza, a academic from Spain, has documented 230 cases of civilian resistance to military force in the Ukrainian war zone, in many cases successful, at least to some degree. So I think if we are going to rebuild that movement that we've talked about in the 1980s, a crucial component of that has got to be mobilizing large-scale nonviolent civil resistance around nuclear weapons facilities and first strike development centers.
I had it on.
In the 1980s at the Nevada.
I had it on. I couldn't hear the whole thing upstairs. I mean, they have a panel discussion. So I wrote it to me. I can't hear.
Closing
I
here,
turned it up a little bit.
final 30 seconds. If members of Congress say that this needs to be a parochial issue, nobody should understand how much nuclear weapons are
Can I?
Washingtonians.
But-
If Washington State was to secede from the Union tomorrow, it would be the third largest nuclear power in the world. The bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were made here in this state. The weapons were refined here. And we have a large gathering of some of the largest defense industrial companies in the world here at home. So if people want to make this an issue, if only politics is parochial, you are the folks that can make it happen. I want to thank all of our panelists today for telling us why this is so important. Please give them your applause.
Yes, computer is buzzing.
Right.
Booker?
And give it up for Jeff, our resident DC wonk. I'd now like to call up Fumi Tosu, who will be your MC for the rest of today.
Thank you, Sean. I will keep this brief because I'm no fool. I know you all want to get to lunch. But just because I'll be with you for the rest of today, a short introduction. My name is Fumi Tosu. I'm a second generation Hibakusha. My father was 1.2 kilometers from the epicenter in Hiroshima when the bomb was dropped on August 6, 1945. Miraculously, he survived along with 3 of his siblings and his parents, but he lost 4 siblings that day. The part that was most moving to me this morning was listening to Tamura Hideko-san share her story, and she talked about psychic numbing. I think my father has been in the psychic numb state for 70 years. It's only in the last 10 years that he was able to start sharing a little bit of what he experienced. And I experienced his numbness, just growing up as a child, and his emotional unavailability, and other things. But it's real. And now I imagine how, when he was in first grade, right, every other kid in his classroom shared the same trauma that he had. In second grade, every other child,
Booker,
the same trauma he
this
had.
has been appearing on my screen.
That's the
about-
generational trauma we're inflicting in Gaza, for
Awesome.
example, that we inflicted on our indigenous communities here when we sent generations of them.
20 times an hour.
And it's what happened in Hiroshima. I'm part of the Catholic Worker Movement. I currently live and work at Dandelion House Catholic Worker in Portland, Oregon. And the one thing I want to leave you with before lunch is that this summer, for the 80th anniversary of the bombings, we're planning what we are calling the Fierce Nonviolence Pilgrimage. We'll be taking a group of young adults, 22 to 35, along with my father, to various nuclear weapons related sites in Washington, including the Midnight Mine in Spokane, the Hanford site, and of course the Trident base on the Puget Sound. Participants will learn about the US nuclear arsenal, as well as receive training in nonviolent social change in the lineage of Gandhi and King. So please stop by the Dandelion House table at lunchtime, if you have a minute, to learn how you can support this, particularly in local communities in Spokane, Yakima, and the Seattle areas. We'll now break for lunch, and please return here by 1 o'clock, and we'll provide instructions on how to get to your first breakout workshops. And we've got a lot to look forward to this afternoon to rebuild the movement. So thanks so much for being here, and see you after lunch. Yeah, I think it's like I have left the other contact. I'll give you my card when you drop it. Thanks, yeah.
Folks, if you look at the map behind me, there are a couple of recommendations for where to go. There's a nearby QFC and a Whole Foods where you can get ready to eat meals. So feel free to check them out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the more the good side about outside development, the other side, yeah. And also the. It was all. Around that. Yeah, a sort of cultural area. Yeah. And they inside the concept of outside. Yeah. Yeah. My contact. Midnight. No, I mean. What's it called? Psychometric profile and. Right, well, that's this shadow and for how to self-management, achieve that into the light side. Trying to add that. Yeah, yeah. Right, which is what I, yeah, right. Well, and the keynote, stuff like that too on, yeah. Trying to, I kind of lost my train of thought, but yeah. And I. There's a problem. Okay. But I'll be ready.
Ah, the Florida coast. Verbo has over
Now I just kind of put one reporter here, and then I've got a mic set up on the stand now. So when they're talking here, I'll get a pretty close feed. So it does the job.
Good afternoon, conference participants, movement leaders. I'm doing a time check. It's 12:55. If you can make your way back to the main gathering space, the sanctuary, we will begin promptly at 1 p.m. in 5 minutes. So please make your way back to the main sanctuary.
Oh, okay, if you got it, then cool. I'm just looking for people to before guy. So,
Yeah, so it looks like 3, 4, 5 right now.
yeah.
One is over there, 2 is over there.
If I don't find them, I'll tag you in it.
Okay.
Sign.
Okay, cool.
You're doing great.
Up those.